This SMP server is about to reset in 10 seconds. I'm about to show you my exact steps I take to become the richest player in less than an hour. Let's get straight to it. The first step used to be to try to get to the nether as soon as possible before everyone stole the nether wart. But now since the update there is random chests that spawn with blaze rods and nether wart in them in the nether. So I go for the books first by looting all the chests and slaying every cow that I see until I finally have 46 books to make 15 bookshelves. While I'm at it, I collect some sugarcane for the books, making it the most valuable item because books would take ages if we can't find any sugarcane. This village would have helped me a lot with the books, but it looks like 2 noobs already found it. So I left them be and continued my mission to get 46 books or leather. But to feel safe I need diamond armor, so I just turn on my auto mine and get enough for a diamond armor set and tools. Then it's back to the main mission. I saw this little guy and tried to fairly PvP him, but he insisted on hacking me, so I kindly returned the favor. He had some leather which helped me reach my goal of 46 books a bit faster. Finally, now that I have enough leather to make my books, I grabbed some obsidian for the enchantment table. Then I have to grow enough sugarcane to make all of these books. This little noob with reach hacks came behind me to try to challenge his father, but I remained calm and popped some golden apples to regain some health, before fighting back and logging the little guy out of the game. After that, I used this pig to ride me out of the location as I seen 3 more players coming, but lil bro led me to some more diamond armored players, and I usually don't PvP with all of this loot on me, so don't try this at home. But sadly, both of the little noobs ended up logging out of the game. After trying to craft the books, I realized I needed a bit more sugarcane for all of this leather. So I grew some more as a couple noobs cheered me on and glazed their father. And finally I was able to craft my 46 books. But some fully armored guy ambushed me while I was crafting, forcing me to log out of the game. I set my spawn by this nether portal, so I think it's time to go find some nether wart and blaze rods. But first let me craft my 15 bookshelves that I've been working on for a while now. Remember I told you about them random chests with nether wart and blaze rods in them. This is why I don't rush to the fortresses when it first resets anymore. Plus, on the way to make my new base, I found some nether wart in a fortress anyway. I like to make my bases simple and small, that way it's harder for xrayers to find. My next step is to get the fastest pickaxe I can possibly get. But I needed some more XP first, so I went back to the overworld and auto-mined some diamonds until I got around 34 levels. After I got to efficiency for picks, I used an anvil to combine them together, making the fastest pickaxe in the game, efficiency 5. Now, it's time to let the auto-mine do all the hard work and get me a ton of free XP so I can enchant the best armor possible. Now that I have the most overpowered armor and sword in the server, the last step to make me fully overpowered is potions. So I headed to the overworld to make some glass bottles out of sand, but while collecting sand, this little noob came behind me and sneak attacked me, so I had to run for a bit to create some space before I can fight back. But eventually, the little guy realized he was no match for the father of all fathers, so he began to retreat. He attempted to throw an ender pearl to get away from me, but somehow ended up unaliving his own self from it, awarding him the noobiest noob of all noobs award of 2025. I grabbed some glowstone before returning to the base to make the best potions in the game. After this, I should finally be ready to take out the whole server by myself alone. Oh, and by the way, I use furnaces now to hold my items in my base, since they are the least likely to be x-rayed. But now, finally for the fun part, it's time to slay everyone in the server.
What a noob!
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Surprise, motherfucker. What a noob uninstall. What a noob uninstall.
Being the owner of Lifeboat, I'm able to abuse my admin abilities and go into creative mode to get whatever I want. I can even fly just like creative mode, but I'm on a pure survival server as you can see. I can even get netherite armor in Lifeboat, when it doesn't even exist in this server. Let me just hit this guy to show you this is real and not some sort of laggy glitch. I can even grab stacks of god apples or whatever I want. But don't worry, I usually just play the game legitly because it would be boring abusing my admin abilities for loot. If I want to have some fun and fly around, I can even equip elytra, even though that doesn't even exist in Lifeboat survival mode. As you can see, I'm now back in survival mode still with my elytra flying around having fun. Or I could just dupe unlimited diamonds for the noobs in the server who don't have loot. But don't worry, I won't abuse my power. I'm attempting to survive 100 days in this Minecraft SMP that is full of hackers and huge civilizations that aren't to be messed with. I even have to watch out for trappers, making this nearly impossible to survive. My goal is to create my own group and somehow take over the whole server. And keep in mind that I only have one life. Once I die, this series is done. The server just reset a second ago and now I have to get all the good stuff like sugarcane and netherwood before everyone else takes it all. So I instantly went for the chest to grab some food for my trip to the nether. And also made sure to grab at least one sugarcane before I teleport to my friend who was already in the nether. That's when I set out on my mission to quickly find us a nether fortress, so we can get the nether wart before the other people steal it all. The first fortress had no wart, so my friend told me to go over to this other one. And then we finally found some nether wart before anyone else got to it. And just to be greedy and competitive, we even stole all the rest of it from this fortress. But then a group of about 2 noobs arrived, seeing our name tags and then approaching us to fight, inevitably failing in the process as they were up against the best Minecraft players alive. After slaying those kids, we went back to the overworld to get us some diamond armor so we can feel a bit more comfortable. After all, this server is full of hackers, so we would die pretty fast without armor if we ran into one. So I went ahead and used my magical powers to x-ray some diamonds for me and my teammate. Then I crafted us both full diamond armor sets and passed one of them to my teammate named Supreme. Now proceeding to the next mission, which would be finding mob spawners for their loot in the chest. They tend to have a lot of golden apples in them, and sometimes they even have god apples, so I continued to search them, getting more and more bones, and I even found exactly what I was looking for, an enchanted golden apple. While searching for mob spawners, I ran into this abandoned shipwreck and noticed that it had 2 chests inside of it. And me being curious, I went down there. I found some iron in one chest, and the other one had 4 books, which is helping us get closer to the 46 books we will need for the max enchantment level. After that, I continued to search the area for more mob spawners, and I just kept finding more and more golden apples in the chest around the spawners. This guy was clearly a hacker, and I randomly seen my teammate fighting him, so I came to save him with my magical powers, logging the little noob hacker out of the game. Then I seen another spawner near us, so I went to quickly search that, but nothing good was there. By now, all we really need besides XP is to get some leather or books so we can reach our goal of 46 books for max enchantments. And luckily I somehow found a mushroom cow island. But this full armored diamond guy tried to fend me off, failing and dying in the process. What was this little guy thinking, challenging the father of all fathers? He should have knew better. His teammate kept coming back 1,000 times to try to grab the loot, and my inventory is full. So I told my friend to teleport to me. But his inventory was also full, so the little noob eventually ended up snatching the loot up and logging out of the game before we could slay him. So we just continued to slay all the cows on the island so we can get enough leather to make our books. I seen this mama cow with her baby, so I have to spare them. Moving on to slay the other cows. But that's when I seen a full armored player coming in hot. He was prancing with sheer confidence, but little did he know, he was simply no match for the best Minecraft players on the universe. Logging him out of the game with ease, and then continuing on our mission to get leather. But that's when the same guy we just made leave the game came back for revenge on us with his reach axe. But there was 2 of us and only 1 of him, so the little guy was doomed. Lil bro left the game again in defeat, and now that we have enough leather for our books, we moved on from the island. But this hacker attacked my friend, so I teleported to him and instantly used my magical powers to attack the little guy. He ran like a good little boy, before eventually logging out of the game like a little noob. After that, we both cooked a nice amount of food, and then Supreme farmed us some sugarcane so we can use it to make paper for the books. The final step is to get some obsidian for the enchantment table. So I went down to some lava with my water bucket and we both began to mine for obsidian. And I also x-rayed some diamonds because that's also needed for an enchantment table. Now, at this point, all we both need to do is get enough XP to enchant, so we went back into the nether, trying to find the perfect blaze spawner to go AFK in for some easy XP because I hate grinding quartz. We blocked it off from the fortress so nobody can find it, and then began to make it into an auto XP farm for me to go AFK in after we got done making it. I finally went AFK with my aura on and got me some free XP.
2 hours later.
After going AFK for 6 days. On day 10 I hit around level 70, which is good enough for me to enchant. So I went up to a portal above me, only to get swarmed by 1,000 mobs who were after me while I was AFK for 6 days. I only like to enchant in my base, so I needed to build a quick base to enchant in. I usually keep it simple and just make a small, basic base. After finishing the layout, I began to make it home by adding a crafting table, furnaces and even some hoppers for storage since chests can easily be x-rayed by hackers. And now for the fun part, let's finally enchant some armor and swords. This reset I'm gonna even use the bow more often, so I'm looking to get some good enchants on a bow here also. After it was all said and done, I had some decent loot, not the best, but it's for sure good enough to fend off some attackers for now. I even came out with a fortune pickaxe which will help me get diamonds twice as fast. I put my good loot away for now and then teleported to a random person so I can get to the overworld for some sand to make potions. But this guy had other plans for me. He chased me down for miles. Luckily it was raining out, so his fire aspect sword wasn't effective on me, so I ran away to heal up and get ready to fight back. The little guy was simply no match for the father of all fathers. He knew he messed up as soon as I turned around. He ran away to go pop a golden apple out of pure fear. I flung him off the mountain with my knockback sword, causing the little guy to chug even more golden apples to survive his father's wrath. But by now he realizes nothing will save him. He's simply doomed. No matter how many golden apples he pops, my PvP skill is far much too superior for him to handle. The little guy could barely hit me, and inevitably he was forced to log out of the game before he loses all of his items to me. After logging the poor little guy, I proceeded to get some wood. This way I don't have to return back to the overworld to enchant again because I'll already have everything I need. So I got over a stack of wood to last for 2 enchanting sessions, and then I got some sand so I can turn it into glass to make potions. I placed 4 furnaces to melt the sand quicker, and while it was melting, I seen this sheep staring at me. So I went to say what's up to him, giving him all of my wheat seeds. After the sand was done melting into glass, I made some bottles, but before we head back to the base to make potions, I thought I should get enough diamonds for next time I enchant, so I headed underground to x-ray about 2 stacks of diamonds so I don't have to come to the overworld again for stuff to enchant. I found a mine shaft when I was down there and I decided it would be a good idea to collect some webs for PvP. It's now day 13. I gathered some water in my bottles to make a few potions so I can feel a bit safer to the heavily armored players. I made the 3 deadliest combinations of potions, first being poison splash potions that last for 2 minutes, then strength potions, and last but not least, potions of regeneration. At this point, the grind is pretty much over with. Now it's time to terrorize everyone in sight.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What?
What a noob uninstall.
Did you know instant damage potions don't do damage to yourself? So it's best to get up close and personal to get the most damage on your opponent. Also, did you know it only takes 2 instant damage potions to kill someone, no matter what armor they have? New bottles don't fill with water. But to fix that, just leave and rejoin with the bottles and it will be fixed. Speaking of bottles, did you know bottles can be filled with water and lava to make potions? Now you can make potions in your nether base. Also, using a silk touch pickaxe you can get ice and break it in the nether to make water in the nether. A lot of builders use this for cool looking bases with sugarcane. To execute the best trap in the game, aka the border trap, simply just set your spawn at the border as far as possible and have a friend keep killing you over and over until it spawns you way out of the border. Anyone who moves will die in not even a second. See how we got a bunch of free loot off this stacked diamond player. Just stay still and accept people's teleport request. As soon as they move, they die. Another great trap is called the snow trap. Everyone falls for this. Just put it in front of a house like I did. And when they try to come in, they fall to their death. Just make sure to surround it with more snow so it's not so noticeable to them. Did you know by setting up your 17 bookshelves like this, you can reach level 34 enchantments, which will give you way better enchants every time? One of the best methods in PvP to use when you are outnumbered is hit yourself and your enemies with invisible potions, so they won't even know who to attack anymore because they can't see the game attacks. As you can see, they are attacking each other, LOL. Another PvP method is to abuse the bow and arrow whenever your opponent is in water. Even though it won't do much damage, it will throw off their game plan and make their golden apple useless since the bow took the hearts away. I personally think the safest base to make is in the ceiling of the nether, because it's usually too far away for most hackers to load on their screen. Also make sure to only use hoppers, never chest or barrels. I don't like to store anything too good in the base though, in case a hacker finds it and I'll lose all of my hard work. I just store some potions in here. People always ask me how I always have max armor and sharpness for swords. All I do is sit in these mod spawners AFK and get free XP. It takes about an hour or two to hit level 50 depending on what mob spawner it is. From my experience, I think blaze spawners give the most XP. Just make sure you have auto disconnect on, so you can actually go AFK without worrying about a hacker coming to kill you. A lot of gunpowder and melon seeds can be found in mob spawner chest. Another great PvP tip is to learn how to jump reset. This means jump right as your opponent hits you, causing little to no knockback effect on you, so you can combo them easier. When servers reset, make sure you are there so you can grab all of the valuable resources like sugarcane, netherwort, blaze rods, and spider eyes before everyone takes them all. Books to enchant can be found in random spawning chests around the map, or you can hunt down cows and rabbits for leather to make them. You'll need 52 books for 17 bookshelves for max enchants. It takes 4 rabbit hides to make 1 leather. One thing I always make sure to do is break the spawners after I'm finished getting what I need. That way the competition can't make any potions. Another insane PvP method is to abuse the /lobby/transfer method. Leaving the game and rejoining gives you about 1 second of God mode, but you can still attack others. As you can see, this guy just keeps leaving and rejoining and we can't land a single hit on him. This is how it's done. Just type /lobby and then /transfer whatever SM you are in. This will give you God mode. Nobody will be able to hit you. Type /region to see what region the SM is. Choose your region so you don't lag. Type /lobby to leave the game fast. Type /transfer whatever SM you want to rejoin. Remember your SM so you can keep all of your loot. Type /POS to hide your coordinates, or type it again to show them again. Instead of risking your loot in a base, give it to your second account so you don't have to worry. Or even better, just keep it in your ender backpack. Like I said before, only use the base hoppers for stuff you don't mind losing, like some potions. Did you know, enchanted golden apples are useless? They don't work in Lifeboat for some reason. To go invisible without potions, just go to sleep in a bed for a second, and you are now invisible with God mode. Even hackers can't see or hit you. As you can see, he is invisible now and I can't hit him. In my opinion, I think the best level to strip mine gold is indeed Y level 25. Though gold can be found at many levels, this is the level there is the most. Or Y level 12 also works pretty decent. When it comes to diamonds, the best level is for sure Y level 12. Or also Y level 5 or 6 works great too. Lifeboat survival mode, world borders are pretty small. They are only 1100 by 1100. Lifeboat also for some reason never added netherite, so when you see a diamond player like me, that's simply the best armor we can get. Also, this server is absolutely loaded with hackers, so it's best to get some hacks too so you can defend yourself from guys like this. To teleport to someone, just type /TPR space and then the gamer tag with no spaces. Also /TPA works too. Instead of TPR, it's up to you. Y level 157 is the highest you can build. Anything above that won't work. Also, if you jump too high, it will glitch you down. Make sure to abuse fire in PvP. This will annoy your opponent and eventually will break their armor way before yours and have them gapping way more than you, inevitably causing you to win the battle against anyone with the same amount of armor as you. I use this in major max armor battles, and it's the reason I never lose to anyone in big fights against tryhards. As you can see, his armor is broken way before mine.
A few moments later.
So many people thought this video was fake and scripted, where I went into creative mode on a public SMP server called Lifeboat. They were saying it was in my own world and somehow I copied the map and it's not even Lifeboat. All the comments said it was fake because I didn't show the Lifeboat book, or that nobody was in chat because it was my own world and blah blah blah. But here you go. Here is the Lifeboat book. I can even click on it and do whatever. This clearly isn't my custom world. As you can see, it's clearly Lifeboat and I'm somehow in creative mode. And here is the list of players in the server. Now Sims, I'm bored. Let's grab some Elytra, which doesn't even exist in Lifeboat. As you can see, Elytra is equipped now, and here is the book again to prove I'm still in Lifeboat survival mode. Now let me fly with Elytra and show you this is truly Lifeboat by showing the book as I'm flying. Or even better, let me get some netherite armor, which doesn't even exist in this server normally. Also, I keep showing the book just so y'all can't say this excuse again in my comments. By now you noobs should believe me though. As you can see, I'm for sure in Lifeboat survival mode. Let me do some more Elytra flying to show you this isn't some sort of stunt. As you can see, I'm literally having fun flying around with Elytra and netherite armor when both of them don't even exist in this SMP server. Also, not to mention I can fly around just like creative mode and I'm basically immortal. When I want, I can also just grab anything I want from the creative menu, like a whole bunch of diamond blocks for some noobs, or maybe some gold to pass out to some poor players. Now let me show you the book again and show you that it's a real book. Here is the players list also, just in case you still don't believe me. Now let me place these blocks to show you this is really real. At this point, I don't know what is left to prove, but here is some dragon eggs, which don't even exist in this server. And let me show you again, I am indeed in Lifeboat survival mode. As you can see the book in the players list again. Now if this video gets over 200 likes in 24 hours, then I will drop the method. So make sure to smash that like button right now. Just to prove it again, let me type the /server time to also prove this is really Lifeboat survival mode. And no, this isn't some sort of laggy glitch where when I go back into survival mode I don't have my loot. Well, here I am, back in survival mode with whatever loot I want. Here is the Lifeboat book again to prove it's real. Moral of the story, never doubt the father of all fathers. Only twice a month, all of the servers reset in Lifeboat survival mode. And this is my personal approach to becoming the richest player in only about an hour. The first and most important step is finding 1 piece of iron for flint and steel, and 8 pieces of obsidian from chests so I can create a nether portal and get to the nether fast. I also make sure I don't forget to get at least 1 sugarcane for my books and harming potions. Now all I need is this flint, and we're off to the nether. As soon as I came out of the portal, I was greeted by the sighting of a little hacker, so I approached him with hacks. But me having only a pickaxe, it caused me to lose the battle and get autologged. No worries, I didn't die and I set my spawn right at the portal. Also this time my friend is with me who also has hacks. He sees the hacker and he is going in for the kill. I knew the guy was dead when my friend approached him, so I sent him a quick teleport request. And this is what the hacker had in his inventory. A whole bunch of valuable stuff like netherwood, sugarcane, and even books. But the noob hacker set his spawn at the portal also, so he decided to come back to try and defeat his fathers, but that didn't go as planned. He would inevitably meet his fate to my diamond sword, and that's when we searched the rest of the nether fortress. After searching a bit, my friend stumbled across a load of netherwort. After I scoop that up, it's time to get blaze rods so we can make potions. I like to get at least a stack of blaze rods, even though I never use all of them anyway. So my friend used this one over here, and I used the other one until we had a bit over 64 blaze rods. I covered this one up for XP later and broke the other one before returning to the overworld. My friend and I were then both on a mission to find spider eyes for harming potions and bones for books. So I covered this spawner up for XP later and begin to search. Bro found a skeleton spawner and he stayed here to get at least 32 bones. While I finally found a spider spawner and sat here for a bit until I got at least 40 spider eyes. On the next step of getting books and leather, I seen this noob and attempted to go in for the kill. But like many, he just ended up logging out of the game. As the same exact thing happens with this little noob here. Now we're on a mission to get 52 books for 17 bookshelves and 1 enchanting table. So we looted all of the random spawning chests around the map at the same time, while also slaying every rabbit or cow we saw for the leather to make books. While searching for books, whenever I see a spider spawner, I like to destroy it so nobody else in the server can have as much harming potions as I do, as I'm an evil competitive player. My friend brought the 52nd and final book, but then 2 hackers approached us from above, so I started x-raying for some armor before they got to us. Then this happened. Without full armor and just an iron sword, I was able to make them retreat, killing one of them in the process. But as I was collecting her loot, her boyfriend got me from behind and made me have to auto-disconnect. So I abused the lobby method where I can't take any damage at all, leading him to meet his fate and my friend acquiring all of his precious loot. I then crafted my 17 bookshelves to make it official. Now all I have to do is create this XP farm and go AFK. So remember that blaze spawner that I covered up earlier? Well, I'm back and about to make it into a free XP machine. This is how I do it. I basically place magma 3 blocks wide around the spawner so the mobs die, leading all of their XP to float down to me while I'm not even grinding at all. If you are AFK, make sure auto disconnect is on.
2,000 years later.
After coming back less than an hour later, I was greeted with a broken mob spawner, but at least I'm almost level 60 and did no work at all. So now I have to collect all of my magma blocks and move on to that other zombie spawner I saved in the beginning of the video. After covering it all up, it's finally time to just sit here AFK. I make sure auto sneak and auto disconnect are on. I also make sure to have no armor on with the lifeboat book in my hand, so hackers won't bother me. They'll just think I'm a dead noob who isn't even playing. I also leave nothing that can be x-rayed, like chests, crafting tables, furnaces, signs, or even torches. I like to hit about level 60 before I move on to the next step, which is x-raying diamonds and lapis to enchant all of these levels. When that's done, I got some sand to melt for potion bottles. Now, it's time to make my secret nether base, which I'll use to enchant in and make potions. Also planting some nether warts so I don't run out. After putting the sand and some gold in the furnaces, it's finally time to enchant. I use level 34 because it always gives sharpness 4 and protection for most of the time, but my friends like level 32 or 30, so to each his own. After I got full protection for armor, I tore down the bookshelves with my silk touch and proceeded to make some OP potions for PvP. My favorite potions are instant damage harming potions and strength potions, so I'll be sure to make some of those here. And finally, after only about an hour of work, besides going AFK in the spawner, this is the results. I'm clearly the richest person on my server, and I did minimal work to get to this point. If you're wondering where did all of this extra loot come from, well, my friend gave me 4 stacks of gold so I didn't have to x-ray gold as much. Also, these extra armor sets came from when I forgot to press record, but I enchanted like 88 levels from the XP farm. I also made all of these potions too. Have a look at how many I have. Now that all of the hard work is done and out of the way, the last thing to do is destroy the whole server and kill every player in my sight. This little noob tried to run, but he only made it worse for his teammates, because he brought me to them and then this happened. After that massacre, I scared the life out of this little noob. I made him bow down to his father, then I went on about my day. But on my way out, I seen this noob hiding from me, but I simply gave him one look and he got so scared his skin changed somehow as he ran off. I then teleported to some noob, only to see he has a diamond armored friend. He wanted to be friendly, but little does he know, the most evil man alive is standing right before him, so I needed to get close. I used the spin around strategy to make him think I'm friendly, and then this happened. Killing the noob too in the process because he was an eyewitness to this murder. But then, I seen another full diamond guy below me. He come up to also meet his fate by my potions. He was no match for my poison potions, which will make anyone half heart in 22 seconds. After slaying him, I noticed there must be a base below that house. So I went to check and look what I found. 2 stacks of diamonds just sitting there in a wide open base. Until the noob came back again, only for this to happen. I killed Lil Bro so many times that he's officially ran out of armor and is now setless and mad. So he began to chase his father and cry. Feeling bad for the little noob, I was nice enough to gift him a few pieces of coal to make up for all of his lost belongings. Not sure why, but he didn't accept my apology. My next victim is this guy. He tried to be friendly and talk to me using signs, but the noob doesn't know signs don't even work in this server. I ran out of harming potions, so I set my spawn here and headed back to my base to grab some more. After reloading on instant damage potions, I went back and this happened. The little noob never seen it coming. Another victim down. Just take a look at how rich I am in the matter of 10 minutes. While these two innocent noobs tried to barter with me to give them items, I sent a teleport request to some people, and when they accepted, I was greeted with a sword to the face and about 4 or 5 fully armored players. After slaying the first guy, I proceeded to search out any other armored players in the base, killing another one in the process and logging the other noob. But then, the first guy somehow came back fully armored again, only to meet his fate once again, and logged my poison potions and OP sword. He was simply no match for his father. But after destroying him, his girlfriend came out of nowhere thinking she is Superman. But she would learn quick that I am indeed the father of all fathers. I then burned her worthless loot, and by now, the whole base of players has bowed down to their dad, and they understand they are just my little children at this point. Until one guy decided to be brave and come save the day. This is how that went for him. The noob tried to steal my fire technique, but ended up lighting himself in flames. That's when I pushed forward and went in for the kill. In the process, his friend somehow got brave after I just had him crouching down to me. All of a sudden, his friend is here, and now Hay's a tough guy, so I gave him the treatment also. And after burning their worthless loot, a little spider attempts to challenge his father also, but that didn't go too well on his end. The same noob somehow comes back again with more armor, only for this to happen. His friend thinks about attacking me again, but I think he knows better at this point. So I treat him like a noob by lighting him on fire and proceed to kill all of the rest of his base members. They just kept coming and coming. Even after I beat these two guys, some other guy random shows up in enchanted armor and tries to challenge me. But that didn't go well for him at all, as I popped a strength potion and it was time to go in for the kill on this little noob. Another noob arrived out of nowhere, only to meet the same fate as his friend. He was simply no match for my extravagant PvP skill. Until finally, they truly realized I'm their father. But that won't stop my evil side from still pursuing its purpose. That's when I left this civilization alone for a bit, but I'll for sure be back to haunt them once again. Just take a look at this guy's face, knowing the father of all fathers is standing before him. He backs up ever so frightened, and I back him down until he finally bows down to his father. Noticing I ran out of harming potions, I headed back to the base again to grab some more before returning back to that civilization to create some more victims. I attempted to lure them into a hole with golden apples, and then hit them with harming potions. But sadly, this girl wasn't dumb enough to fall for my trap, so I tried someone else. Bro was smart though. He knew something was up. Them 2 golden apples weren't worth risking his life. I tried to trick the girl again, but she simply wasn't going for it. As of now, I feel like a failure, and I won't stop until I get a victim. I then teleported to this guy and instantly tried the trap on him. But he was just too smart. He knew something was up. He sat there and debated if his life is worth risking for these 3 golden apples in that hole, before finally coming to his conclusion and running away. But I kinda took that as disrespect towards his father, so I had to get him in some way. After unaliving this smart guy, I headed back to that civilization to see if I can come across my next victim. I tapped this guy and told him to come look into the hole, where I placed 3 golden apples to lure the little guy. Surprisingly, he fell for the trap and has now met his fate to my harming potions. He continued to try to come back and grab all of his loot, but I let another noob take all of it since I can't hold it anyway. So many people were saying this video wasn't real where I went into creative mode on this survival mode SMP. They said things like teleport to someone, or why isn't the chat showing so it's fake, and blah blah blah. They even said it was my own custom world, but today I'm gonna prove all of that incorrect. Someone said it's my own world because they can't see any players. But here are some players. This is right at the spawn point in SM45 if you want to go check this map to see it's real. Now let's prove the next point wrong. But before we do that, make sure to subscribe to my channel right now because I need over 100 subscribers off of this video, and plus, 800 likes in 24 hours if you want me to release a tutorial on how to go into creative mode on Lifeboat. Now, let's prove the next noob wrong. Someone said they won't believe me until I teleport to someone. So here you go. Let me teleport to my friend Supreme to show you this is real. Bro took forever to accept the request, but when he did, as you can see, my loot is all still here and I'm really in creative mode. Now, I'm not sure what more you guys have to see to believe this. I can hit players to show you it's not some sort of laggy glitch. This is indeed real. Let me have some fun flying around with Elytra also, which doesn't even exist in Lifeboat. Also, I've seen someone saying they won't believe it's not my custom world until I go to the Lifeboat world border. Well, here I am, at the border, with netherite armor, which also doesn't even exist in this SMP. Here is the book to show you this is really Lifeboat's survival mode, and I've managed to go into creative mode on it somehow. Also, as you can see, the yellow name tags to prove this is actually Lifeboat. If I want, I can literally grab anything I want from the creative menu and be the most OP player ever. But don't worry, I won't abuse my admin abilities. I like to play the game fairly because it would be boring if I cheated with creative mode. Also, in case you didn't notice, I'm now back in survival mode, and as you can see, I still have all of my loot that I just got from creative mode. By now, you guys have to know this is actually real. Let me hit my friends to show you I'm really in Lifeboat. Also, I forgot to show you that I indeed still have my netherite armor on in survival mode. Now, listen closely. If you want a tutorial video on how I got into creative mode, then I need 800 likes on this video in 24 hours or less. Plus, I need 100 subscribers. Then I will drop the method on exactly how I did this. So don't forget to smash that like button right now and then subscribe for the tutorial. Moral of the story, never doubt the father of all fathers.
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
What a noob! Surprise, motherfucker.
There is a well-known theory that Endermen actually speak English, but we can't understand it because it's English in reverse. So let's rewind what these Endermen are saying to reveal their true language to help us finally understand them. last video I told you guys, I'll drop a creative mode tutorial if we hit a goal of 800 likes and got over 100 subscribers within a 24-hour period. Surprisingly, we hit the like goal with ease as you can see, but sadly, we just missed the 100 subscriber goal by a few. But that's fine because I wanted to debunk some things anyway that some noobs commented on the last video saying it was fake. Now, in the last video all of you criticized me and said it's fake because my friend can build out of the border. But little did you know, that's not the border. Someone somehow dug like 100 blocks away from the border, so it just looks like that. But let me prove it to you. As you can see, we are in the same location as when he built this bridge in SM46. Also, let me show the coordinates so you can go check this exact location yourself and see that I'm indeed telling the truth. But to prove it even more, let me fly out there with Elytra and show you that the border ends way out here. That cliff just looks like the border. Oh, and by the way, Elytra doesn't even exist in Lifeboat, so this proves I'm really in creative mode. Also, don't even ask me how someone did this to the map because I'm honestly so confused how this even happened. But like I said, go check this location in SM46 to see I'm not lying. One of the moderators said they won't believe me until I place some netherite blocks, but they must haven't seen the previous video because I already did that. But let me do it again. By now, you guys should believe me that this is really real. If I want, I can go back into survival mode with all of my loot that I got from creative, as you can see. Or let me go to an actual lifeboat border to show you that I am really in Lifeboat. As you can see, this is for sure the Lifeboat border. But let me turn the coordinates back on so you guys can go to this exact location in case you don't believe me. And let me accept my friend's teleport request to show you this is real. Another noob commented that they won't believe me until I take damage from someone. They said when someone hits me, my items will disappear. Well, here, I'll let my friend hit me just to show you that my items are real. Also pay attention to the armor bar. I really have netherite armor on right now. It's not a ghost item. As you can see, when I take the Elytra on and off, the armor durability bar changes accordingly, just like it should. This debunks the ghost item theory. But to debunk it even more, let me fly with Elytra. There's no way this is a ghost item if I'm literally flying with it in Lifeboat. As you can see, there is my friend below me. This is really Lifeboat. Now listen closely. If you want me to drop a video on exactly how I did this, then I need 1,000 likes in less than 24 hours. Also, make sure you are subscribed. Just click here to subscribe and also comment something and drop a like so it boosts the algorithm to get more likes. So we can hit the goal of 1,000 likes in 24 hours. But the moral of the story is, never doubt the father of all fathers. It all started when I teleported to this guy named Noble. He instantly started attacking me, so I made him log out of the game like a little noob. But then I noticed this is actually a pretty nice house, and before I searched around for loot, I had to claim it as mine. So I let it be known this is my house now with a sign by the front door. I liked this house because it's on its whole own island, far away from civilization. It's literally right at the edge of the border in the middle of an ocean. But now for the fun part. I went to search the house for any storage with loot in it, like chest. Usually people don't keep loot in houses like this. They usually just put it in a base. So I was so surprised when I went upstairs and searched the 2 rooms when I found a chest loaded with crazy loot. He even left some potions and netherwort in there which I've been needing. But I saw the owner of the house log back in, and then I showed him my sign claiming that this is now my house. But I guess that made him mad, so he decided to try to take me out in some cobwebs. But I seen it coming from a mile away. He started to run once he realized how overpowered my sword is. He tried to escape into the ocean, but I chased him down, making the little guy log out of the game once again like a little noob. After that, I let my friends teleport to me so I can show them all of the loot in that chest. I just let them have most of it because at this point I'm already the most stacked player in the server. I felt like I needed to claim this island also, not just the house. So I went about it by placing another sign that says Xylo's Island with a few of my signature sayings that I always use. I also seen this sign yapping about something that I didn't even read before I erased it and wrote this. When I went back into my house, I noticed a sign that said basement, but when I opened the door I didn't see a basement at all. So I had a better plan in mind for this small, cozy room. When I showed my friends the new sign, they were surprised, but they happily entered my Diddy room. I can't tell you what happened next, but let's just say they will be sore for about a few weeks after that. The next day I went to get some loot, but when I returned to my house, I seen the old owner there, still thinking that this is his home I guess. So he instantly ran up on the little guy, logging him out of the game again. But that's when this other team of Spanish soldiers came in hot, attempting to take my island over. Here's how that went for them. The Spanish soldiers failed miserably. logging out of the game like little noobs. I think their spawn point is at that mushroom island 2 islands away, because even after combat logging them so many times, they just kept coming back after about 5 minutes, continuing to fail over and over again, which is expected, as they are up against the best Minecraft player alive. I can't really blame them. And, in case you didn't notice yet, that other guy with no armor on is a hacker with a god mode hack. Because he has no armor on, but when we hit him the armor shows up. But even with their potions and hackers, the Spanish still failed miserably every time they attempted to raid us. As you can see, this guy is just simply no match for the father of all fathers. My PvP skill is far too superior for the little guy to handle. Plus, it didn't help him at all to be connected to McDonald's public Wi-Fi, so he kept freezing, allowing me to get an easy kill on him without the little guy combat logging. This time they came with an extra soldier, but nobody can save them from the father of all fathers. I chased the little noob down until he combat logged as usual, and the hacker with God mode met the same fate, logging out of the game also. At this point we're winning in the war after catching a kill on their Spanish leader.
2 hours later.
But just when I thought the raiding was over, the original owner of the house came back for sweet revenge, bringing a player who was just as stacked as me with the best armor and sword in the server. This is how that went. In the middle of our forever-lasting battle, this guy pulled out a sign to try to say something to me, and me being a nice guy, I didn't attack him and let him place the sign to say what he has to say. After a few moments I checked the sign, and this little guy really had the nerve to ask me to duel him for ownership of the island. And me being the father of all fathers, you know I couldn't turn down a fair 1v1. This is how that went. He just hid in the water shooting his bow at me and missing, before I saw in his hand he had another sign. So I let the little guy say what he has to say to me again. Most players would just attack him from behind while he writes on the sign. but I'm a nice guy and let him get his words out. He took forever to write whatever he was writing, but when he was done, I checked it, and to make a long story short, he basically was asking me for peace. He clearly didn't want to fight me anymore. I felt bad for the little guy, and I responded by telling him he can have this island back, because it wasn't mine in the first place. I stole it from that noble guy. He responded telling me he is the original owner of the island. Not the noble guy, he even found the island and built the house also. I gave him his props on how nice it was, but that's when I seen another island in the far distance, and I had an idea. What if I created my own island over here and we could be the strongest allies who help each other fight off any raiders that try to come take over our territory? This island is also small, so it's easy to defend. Not to mention nobody can come from behind me because that's the world border. And anyone who comes from the front or sides will be seen. Because the island is in the middle of the huge ocean, the only thing I have to worry about is the Spanish soldiers who live on this mushroom island to the right of me. But I'm not far from my allies over there, so I didn't have much to worry about. But before I made any moves, I had to go ask them to ally with me and see if they say yes or no. So I approached the island and placed a sign to ask if we can ally. I told them I'll make a house over there, and I showed him by pointing at the island. He responded and said yes, but only if I come to their aid when needed, which was fine with me. So I instantly got right to it and asked the server who can build me a good house. I found a guy who is my good friend, so I trusted that he is a decent builder because he said so. We made a deal that he will build it for me if I give him the best armor and sword in the game, and I was stacked, so I accepted the deal. But before we got to it, it seems as if some little raider is attempting to overtake us again. So we quickly all jumped him and chased the little guy off of the island into the ocean. I'm not sure what he was thinking when he attacked a group of fully armored players by himself. He must have not been in his right mind to do something so dumb. The little guy thought it would be smart to swim to the bottom of the ocean. But that's when he remembered that he breathes air. He isn't a fish, so he tried to come back up. But Big Daddy Xylo was already there waiting for him, making the little noob combat log out of the game. Now before I get to building my own island, I set my allies up with some diamonds so they can all be fully armored in case some raiders come while I'm at my island building. After that, I got some wood. Since I'm useless at building, I need to make myself useful somehow. So I gathered a bunch of wood for my builder and then teleported back to him at my island. I started to clean some things up to help out before leaving him to do what he does best.
2 hours later.
After I got back from my Diddy party, it seems like the house is coming along pretty nice, even though it's not finished yet. I can already tell I picked the right guy to build for me, so I gave bro his props. But that's when I noticed the Spanish came back again to now try to take over my island, but you know I can't let that slide, so this is how that went for them. I'm not sure why this guy keeps coming back and failing, but he logged out of the game again and we swam back to shore. But my builder said he needed even more wood, so that's what I did. I went to collect more wood for him as he builds, because teamwork makes the dream work. But when I teleported back, I seen the Spanish hacker and his friend approaching my home again. I went front line to defend the island from these potion-using raiders. Watch what happened to them. The little noobs failed once again. Even with their potions, we all survived their ambush attack. And by now I'm sure that they stay over to the right on that mushroom island, because they keep coming back so fast. While my builder gets to work, me and my other soldiers just had fun in the house for a bit, until he was done. But when I was putting some final touches on the house, I looked to the right, only to see these Spanish soldiers incoming again. They managed to take out one of my soldiers, but when I approached them they both got scared and left the game as they realized the best Minecraft player alive was attacking them. So I returned to my house, only to see this guy, sleeping in my bed. So I instantly woke him up and took over the bed to display my alpha presence. Now that my house is finally all done, I had to pay my builder what I told him. But on my way to get the armor and sword, I saw my twin, and I had to embrace the moment for a few seconds. He looked literally just like me. He must be my long-lost brother or something. But I'm a man of my word, so I made sure to give my builder everything I promised, so we are both satisfied. Sadly, even though my beautiful house is done, I guess when I was wandering off some raiders came to my allies' island, because as you can see, it's so cooked. But let's take a few moments to admire my new island. I noticed someone was fighting, and when I looked out the window I seen my teammate get slayed before my eyes. So I quickly ran around the house and attacked the little noob until he combat logged out of the game. These are probably the same people who ruined my ally's island, which I can't let happen to mine. Now that everything is done, I invited my twin over to my house and he brought a few of his noob friends with him, which I didn't mind. I even gave all of them diamonds to make armor, until this noob called me a noob and said I'm scared to PvP him. But that's when one of my soldiers pointed me in the direction of the Spanish soldiers' mushroom island like he saw someone. So instantly I stopped what I was doing and swam over to see what was up. When I got there I saw the same Spanish guy who kept attempting to raid us, but he was still connected to McDonald's Wi-Fi, so that didn't help him at all. I figured this was for sure his spawn point, so while I waited for him to come back, I was just chilling with some of his cows. But then 2,000 years later, he finally logged back in. This time he was on Burger King's public Wi-Fi, so he was literally frozen, allowing us to secure another easy kill on the Spanish leader. Now, it's time to claim my island with a few signs above the front door. The first sign just basically said, "This is my house. Pull up at your own risk, little noobs." And the second one basically had all of my signature slogans that I invented. After that I made sure to show these little noobs my signs, and they read them like good little boys. But when I turned around for a minute and came back, someone wrote this on my sign.
What?
And just when I thought the disrespect was done, this little noob had the nerve to approach me and ask for a 1v1. So I shot the little guy with my bow, making him run off. For the rest of the noobs at my Diddy house, I gave them all free diamonds so they can be safe out here in this cruel world. But then the same noob kept asking me to 1v1, so I went outside to slay him with my bow, hitting an innocent bystander in the process, which is unacceptable. So I sicked my team on him. His fate was already determined once he laid a hand on the father of all fathers. All I did was point, and my dogs chased the little guy down, inevitably leading to his own deathbed, all because he challenged me to a 1v1. Just take a look how on go my soldiers are. Watch this little noob hit me one time and get slayed in the next millisecond for laying a finger on his own father. It all started when I teleported to someone and I was greeted by multiple hackers. But little did they know, I own Lifeboat. They didn't stand a chance. After I was finished exterminating the little hackers, I proceeded to the other worthless noobs. They didn't stand a chance against their father. It was a walk in the park for a MLG pro like myself. The little noob tried to escape, but that didn't go as planned. He would inevitably meet my pickaxe, and his life would come to a halt. After I burned the noob's worthless loot, I proceeded to search the cave for more little noobs. After I thought they were all exterminated, I began talking my usual mess in the chat to show my Sigma abilities, until a little hacker arrived with his friend. But that didn't go too well for them. I seen my friend, so I tried to let him know it was me, but he attacked me, so I was sadly forced to put him to rest also. After killing him, I felt bad, so I gave all of his loot back. That is when a little noob arrived and insisted on challenging his dad. When I went to check my inventory, I seen bro had a S4 sword. So me being me, I began to taunt him about how I have his S4, but that would be the worst choice I've ever made. Thinking I left in time, I joined back in only to realize I've been defeated. But you know I can't just go out like that. I had to make sure I get my loot back. I caught them lacking finally, and what happens next will leave you stunned. This whole fight I'm just waiting for the perfect time. The perfect time to hit him with all of these harming potions and get all of my loot back. He ended up logging, but it wouldn't be long before he returned to his fate. After a quick little chase in the water, he teleported back to his running teammate. I can't throw these potions good in the water, so I led them to shore to finish the job. After touching land, my mission was to find the perfect location to use these potions, so I led them inland a bit. I needed him alone for the perfect shot, so I took out his teammate first. And then finally, his life has come to an end. I managed to get every drop of my loot back, even my Power V bow. I was so hype I couldn't help but to spam the chat about it. Then the noob decided to try to avenge himself, but that didn't go as planned. He was killed in the process, and now I have 2 sharpness 4 swords off of him. He then left the game in defeat, so I am on to my next victims now. They called me out on Discord and told me to get online, just for this to happen. After slaying the hacker, the noob tries to lead me into a small space to use harm potions on me, but that didn't go too well for him at all.
Wake up midday. Get clean. Brush teeth. Touch grass. Turn on PC. Load up Minecraft. Get bent. Make another account. Grab some loot.
Surprise, motherfucker.
What's up, little noobs? It's your father here, back at it again in creative mode on a survival mode server called Lifeboat Survival Mode. Due to my admin abilities and ownership of the server, I'm basically allowed to do whatever I want. For example, I can go into creative mode and grab any item I would like netherite armor, or maybe an elytra, which both don't even exist in this server. It's time to debunk all of the comments from the last creative mode video saying this was fake and blah blah blah. If you watched the previous creative mode videos, then I'm not sure how some of you are still having doubts. But it's okay, I'll prove everything wrong today in this video. Also, I need everyone to tap that like button right now, because if this gets 1000 likes in 24 hours, then I'll drop the creative mode tutorial. It works on all devices, even mobile players can do it. So like the video right now. But let's move on to the video. As you can see, there are some players below me, and I'm somehow in netherite armor, and if I want I can access the creative mode menu and grab anything I'd like. Let's grab some items that don't even exist in Lifeboat, like this elytra, or a shield, or a spyglass, or maybe even a trident or a totem of undying. I mean, I'm not sure what else is left to prove to you guys that I'm really in creative mode on Lifeboat Survival Mode. But by the end of this video, I'm certain you will know this is the real deal. I will be debunking literally every comment that told me it's fake, unless I do something that they asked to prove, which is understandable. Here is the whole creative mode menu to show you this is real. Please tell me how I could possibly fake this. Not even the best editors in the world couldn't pull this stunt off. You can literally see players on the ground below me. So can you guys stop saying this is a downloaded map from Lifeboat? Because that is literally impossible, lol. Nobody knows how to do that. But let me show you these items so you can see these aren't ghost items, they work normally just as they should. I can take my armor on and off normally as I should. And also let me show the Lifeboat book for you noobs in the comments who keep telling me to show the Lifeboat book, lol. Here you go. This is SM12. You can find this same location if you want. Watch as I zoom in on these little noobs below me with this spyglass. Explain how a ghost item would work properly, lol. Or explain how my armor bar goes up and down accordingly as it should when I take my chest plate on and off, as you can see. So please stop saying it's a ghost item in my comments. At this point I've already proved that wrong about 10 times. Let's use this elytra to fly down to a little noob below me to get his reaction on these items that don't even exist in this server. The little noob didn't even notice me behind him, so I had to physically chase him down until he realized the father of all fathers was behind him. I think the little noob doesn't know anything about the server, or he was just scared. Now I'm in a new SM, and let's see this noob's reaction when I place netherite blocks right in front of his face. The little noob was stunned, lol, and he instantly ran away to get some materials to be able to mine it. Let's move on to the next little noob. I showed the little guy I can fly just like creative mode. Then I placed a soulfire in front of him, which doesn't even exist in Lifeboat either. Do you guys believe me yet? I mean, how could one possibly fake all of this? You can clearly see their name tags are yellow just like Lifeboat Survival Mode. But let me show you again by hitting this hacker that is AFK. As you can see, I can hit people in PvP normally in my netherite armor. As you can see, I can take hits too without the items disappearing. Oh, and did I forget to mention I literally have an ender dragon egg in my hand. I mean, what else do I have to prove at this point to you guys? How could you possibly say that I'm in my own world when this is clearly Lifeboat Survival Mode? Just take a look at the surroundings, and the yellow colored name tags are a dead giveaway that this is really Lifeboat. I came in here and pressed these 4 little noobs and they didn't know what to do, lol. They probably never even owned a diamond armor set in their life. But I will hide some loot for these noobs later, so don't worry. And for the noobs in the comments who said hit someone to prove it's real, here you go. I'm not in free cam or using blink or anything you guys said. I'm really 100% here just like normal. As you can see, I can take hits and hit people and my armor does what it is supposed to. Now, for the ultimate proof that I'm in creative mode, explain why this creeper isn't exploding, or also explain why this skeleton doesn't attack me. Well, children, I'll tell you why. Because this is real. I can even show you this is Lifeboat again by going to these players over here. Now watch me fly away just like creative mode. If you don't believe this by now, you are crazy. But let me show you something else. As you can see, this is Lifeboat and the book says SM30. Now let me open up the creative menu and grab some diamond blocks for the whole server. I will be placing these blocks all over SM30. So pay attention to the coordinates to be the first person to get the diamonds. But first let me put on my elytra just to look cool. And let me take it on and off to show you it's real and not edited. Now, let's get to placing these diamond blocks. The first spot will be right here on this jungle mountain. Whoever gets this stash will be the richest player in the server, LOL. Let me turn on the coordinates so you can find the exact location. There you go. Come find this exact spot in SM30 if you want to be the richest man alive. But I'm nowhere near done. Let me fill this whole area up. That's it for that spot, because I don't want just one person getting all of the loot. So let me find more secret spots to place these diamond blocks for you guys. Pay attention to the coordinates so you can be the first person to find these stacks of diamonds. And again, this is SM30. That's good enough for now. Now let me get to the main comments. People said how it was fake because they always see me land in the water with elytra because they think I will take damage if I hit the ground. But here you go, no damage taken. Also another know-it-all told me to jump from a high place and show that I don't take damage to prove that it's really creative mode. Here you go. Easy. Now here's another one proving the guy wrong that said I only land in water with elytra because I will take damage. As you can see, that was on land, and I took no damage with my elytra, so that debunks that theory for sure. But wait, let me do the same thing. But now I'm in survival mode doing it. As you can see, no damage again with my elytra when I land on the land. Also, another way I can prove I'm really in creative mode is to go under the water and not drown. So let's do that. As you can see, I'm not drowning and never will. I'm really in creative mode. Also, let me debunk the most liked comment on the last video where someone said type/lobby and go to the Lifeboat lobby if it's really Lifeboat. So here you go, let me do that. See, I'm really in Lifeboat, and by now I think you noobs finally realize this is really real. But there is one last step to prove it all. Let me do the impossible and make an end portal in Lifeboat's survival mode, which never existed in this server since it came out. But let me save that for the next video. Smash that like button if you want a tutorial on this.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Two civilizations, FTO clan and AH clan, go at it in a heated rivalry over who owns SM-19. It all started when AH planned to hold FTO off of their island, but FTO still pushed forward with no fear. They raided from the left side of the bunker and it worked perfectly. FTO clan somehow managed to make them retreat from their own island due to pure skill. AH simply lacked enough combat skill to hold off the #1 clan in lifeboat survival mode, and as you can see, FTO is simply just dominating. I'm sure you are all wondering how a cameraman was able to spectate the whole war and survive, but little did all of you know, the cameraman never dies. After a few legendary battles of blood, sweat and tears, it wasn't long before the smoke settled and there was a clear winner of the first battle, FTO clan. Just take a look at how the FTO leader gazes off with confidence, probably typing in the chat, calling them easy peasy or something of that sort. That is until AH clan decided to come back. They came with confidence but were eventually shown that FTO clan is far more superior in PvP, forcing H clan to retreat back to their Spanish territories to regroup a new game plan. FTO knew this wasn't over, so they regrouped and got ready for round 3. AH took their new position on top of a pointed mountain, and called more members to come help them defeat the #1 clan. The cameraman gave FTO their location and they instantly swarmed in for the attack. One FTO member went in first to distract them and make them come down from the mountain, while the rest of FTO swooped in from the left side. It was an all-out war, bodies dropping all over the place, and screams could be heard for miles as swords pierced through people's armor straight into their body. As minutes passed, the number of AH soldiers decreased rapidly, until it was only a few members left, one holding on for dear life at the top of a tree, and one running for his life as 30 FTO members chase him down to his gravesite. The last member of AH screams for help from his clan, but little does he know, they have all been brutally unalived already. Outnumbered, he begins to run for his life, until he realizes there is no way out of this. He must fight back or get made fun of for the rest of his Minecraft career. Inevitably, FTO caught up with him and legend says that's the last time he was ever seen. At this point, FTO has won 3 battles on AH clan, and I doubt they come back for more brutal beatings. Just take a look at how the leader of FTO prances back and forth ever so confidently, knowing he has created the strongest clan Lifeboat has ever seen. After the victory, FTO clan celebrated and took screenshots of their still standing members. Meanwhile, all of AH clan is either dead or left the game. This SMP server is about to reset in 10 seconds. I'm about to show you my exact steps I take to become the richest player in less than an hour. Let's get straight to it. The first step used to be to try to get to the nether as soon as possible before everyone stole the nether wart. But now since the update there is random chests that spawn with blaze rods and nether wart in them in the nether. So I go for the books first by looting all the chests and slaying every cow that I see until I finally have 46 books to make 15 bookshelves. While I'm at it, I collect some sugarcane for the books, making it the most valuable item because books would take ages if we can't find any sugarcane. This village would have helped me a lot with the books, but it looks like 2 noobs already found it. So I left them be and continued my mission to get 46 books or leather. But to feel safe I need diamond armor, so I just turn on my auto mine and get enough for a diamond armor set and tools. Then it's back to the main mission. I saw this little guy and tried to fairly PvP him, but he insisted on hacking me, so I kindly returned the favor. He had some leather which helped me reach my goal of 46 books a bit faster. Finally, now that I have enough leather to make my books, I grabbed some obsidian for the enchantment table. Then I have to grow enough sugarcane to make all of these books. This little noob with reach hacks came behind me to try to challenge his father, but I remained calm and popped some golden apples to regain some health, before fighting back and logging the little guy out of the game. After that, I used this pig to ride me out of the location as I seen 3 more players coming, but Lil Bro led me to some more diamond armored players, and I usually don't PvP with all of this loot on me, so don't try this at home. But sadly, both of the little noobs ended up logging out of the game. After trying to craft the books, I realized I needed a bit more sugarcane for all of this leather. So I grew some more as a couple noobs cheered me on and glazed their father. And finally I was able to craft my 46 books. But some fully armored guy ambushed me while I was crafting, forcing me to log out of the game. I set my spawn by this nether portal, so I think it's time to go find some nether wart and blaze rods. But first let me craft my 15 bookshelves that I've been working on for a while now. Remember I told you about them random chests with nether wart and blaze rods in them. This is why I don't rush to the fortresses when it first resets anymore. Plus, on the way to make my new base, I found some nether wart in a fortress anyway. I like to make my bases simple and small, that way it's harder for x-rays to find. My next step is to get the fastest pickaxe I can possibly get. But I needed some more XP first, so I went back to the overworld and auto-mined some diamonds until I got around 34 levels. After I got to efficiency for picks, I used an anvil to combine them together, making the fastest pickaxe in the game, efficiency 5. Now, it's time to let the auto-mine do all the hard work and get me a ton of free XP so I can enchant the best armor possible. Now that I have the most overpowered armor and sword in the server, the last step to make me fully overpowered is potions. So I headed to the overworld to make some glass bottles out of sand. But while collecting sand, this little noob came behind me and sneak attacked me. So I had to run for a bit to create some space before I can fight back. But eventually, the little guy realized he was no match for the father of all fathers, so he began to retreat. He attempted to throw an ender pearl to get away from me, but somehow ended up unaliving his own self from it, awarding him the noobiest noob of all noobs award of 2025. I grabbed some glowstone before returning to the base to make the best potions in the game. After this, I should finally be ready to take out the whole server by myself alone. Oh, and by the way, I use furnaces now to hold my items in my base, since they are the least likely to be xrayed. But now, finally for the fun part, it's time to slay everyone in the server.
What a noob!
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Surprise, motherfucker.